Alright, Nightbot. Come here. Alright, go ahead and plug you back in. I don't know, I keep talking to him when he's unplugged, you can't actually hear anything. Okay, but normal. Okay, that's the first time I've seen his eyes do spirals like that. That's weird. Alright, well, anyway. Nightbot, buddy, you okay? You're kind of losing your shit again. He's okay. Haha, hit you. I am stuck in a fucking goofy face again. Okay, and once again, chiropractic assistance is needed. There we go. Okie doke. You got a lurking soul, which is always good. Always appreciate a good lurk. Okay. Alright, so I made a couple of alterations to my model. Started as I said, I had the headphones, changed up my glasses a bit, and let's see if I can actually do this correctly. Yep. Arm warmers, change socks, and slippers. Nice, huh? Ah! Okay, let's see here. I kind of screwed this up a little bit. Ah. Okay, I think I fixed it. Hey, Fresh Cape Red, hello. How's my day going? My day is going actually pretty okay. As you can see, I made a couple of model changes. Shake things up just a little bit. So I constantly feel like this is the reason why I usually never try to mess with this, because I always feel like I do something to screw something up. Okay, there we go. Anyway, I'm still off. Alright, that looks a little closer to normal. Alright, so, anyway, heading into some farm simulator. Okay, is everything actually functioning correctly? I gotta get it to Alt-Tab correctly. Okay, give me 1 second here. Oh, that's not it. Okay, minimize that. Minimize this. Farm sim. Work. It's like, I swear it's a little bit ready to go. It's just being slow. Everything was going fine. Yes, indeed, technology. It's wonderful when it works, but when it doesn't, it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you today? Everything was going just fine. Alright. Technical difficulties. Okay. There we go. Holy shit. Alright. Okay. And I told you it was working, right? Just working like shit. Okay. Uh. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be one of those days. Mako, how is your day going? I am having some technical irritations. I swear everything like just... Alright, I'm not alt-tabbing out again. Okay. Mouse pointer, you can get the fuck out of here. Okay. Let's just go ahead and enjoy a little bit of a load. That sounded a little weird, but anyway. Hope everybody's having a good day. And hopefully better than my current day is going. It's like it started off just fine. Of course, weather outside is just the point where it's like absolutely freezing. Weather inside, on the other hand, let's just say the heater works. So I'm getting a little hot. Yes, moan, groan, complain, bitch, moan, complain, yeah. Okie dokie. Hey, Mako, what are you up to? Loading. I hope this is the right save. I have two Kinleg saves. One of them is the one for stream. The other one is like straight fishing. Farming Helldivers, right? The only problem with Helldivers right now is the fact that it always has like this big ass update that for some reason takes like a day and a half for it to actually complete. Super fucking annoying. Yeah, it's like that's one of my big issues with like live service games is because of the fact that they were constantly updating. Which is nice that they're always adding new stuff, but at the same time, it is annoying as hell because I just want to play the game. I don't want to sit here for 3 hours waiting for the damn thing to fucking update. Okay, let's go ahead and let everything compile, because this is a DirectX 12 thing. It's a fucking engine that does not compile fucking anything until you're actively in it. Okay, so... Okay, so we've got these two fields being automated. And this is where I got myself in a little bit of hot water. Well, not hot water, but just like trouble, because I kind of came to the realization I didn't have anything to do. Okay, so as long as they're doing that, I should probably be doing a contract. Okay, let's see here. Just for some quick cash, let's go ahead and do some bail wrapping. Get a little bit less for borrowing the stuff, but I actually like the bail wrapping. Alright, what field is it supposed to be on? Field 31. Field 31. Where's 31? Okay, 21. Oh. Okay. What the hell is this? Castle. We have a castle. Okay, so field 31, how am I going to get over there? I'm currently here at the shop. I can take the main road down. Okay, it's basically going to be the first left, follow it around, take another left. Loop de gooby doop, and boom. Alright. Okay, I know where we're going. Yeah, to me, when it comes to Fallout updates, honestly, when it comes to Fallout 4, Bethesda just needs to, get their last December update out and just stop updating this game. Typically, the only thing that the updates actually break is Script Extender. And there's a lot of mods that rely on Script Extender. I use a few of them myself, mostly like the Tactical Reload. But a fair number of mods actually that I use really don't require version numbers to really interrupt the function. That said, there are some like complete overhauls that are a little over the top and basically turn it into a different game, and yeah, that will get broken as shit every time the game updates. Yes, I think it was like, was it last year, I think? Fallout 3 got an update after like fucking 15 years or something like that. Something absolutely ridiculous. Fortunately, the mining community figured out a way to keep with it up, keep with the update fixed, but still roll back the actual version numbers so you could play the game and have your script extender work. Because like Fallout 3, that's a game where there are modders that are like dead. It's that old. So that's one of those situations of stop updating. No, so here's the thing about bunny attacks on this route. I'm in a tractor. I see bunny, bunny goes squish. For anybody that doesn't know, the bunnies is kind of a long-standing gripe and kind of a running gag that basically deals with the Hunter Call of the Wild. Any map that has rabbits on it will be absolutely infested with rabbits. As in, you'll find like a need zone somewhere. You think it's a deer, you think it's a moose. What is it? Rabbit. Find tracks. Is it an elk? Nope. Rabbits. Hear a noise off in the woods. This is a bear walking around. Nope. Fucking bunnies. And it's kind of annoying because they happen so often that they kind of choke out other more desirable species. And it kind of has gotten to the point where I will literally stop everything I'm doing just to fuck up a bunny rabbit. Ooh, shit. Or why they grant you a minigun. That's interesting. I actually had to bite the bullet and just go ahead and let it update. Honestly, when it comes to Helldivers, I'm still waiting to. I just need to get like I need to update it, get in there, and like grind for the curse. Oh, for God's sake! Turn on automatic drop. There's most situations where I don't have to pick them up, so they can just like grab them and drop them right in the field. And since they were dumb enough to do the round bales, we'll just go ahead and plunk them off this way. And then roll downhill. Of course, that one doesn't actually do shit. Come on. Ah. Get in the wrapper. Get in the wrapper. Thank you. Also, it's kind of subtle to see, but I just noticed this tractor has four-wheel steering. Trying to set it up so that the bales all roll down towards the end of the fence there. They're not cooperating. Damn it, anymore I think minigun, I think Pal World and Grisbold. It is a little weird that they decided to give large Pal Big Claws a freaking minigun. But hey, whatever, it's fun. It works. I'll take it. An AR with a 40mm barrel and a chainsaw sword. That's making me think I should probably get updated. And again, of course, here comes the problem with updating again. It's like as soon as I actually get Helldivers 2 updated, they'll release another Warbond or another season or whatever the fuck that is that they do, and I'll have another update again. I'll be able to play for like 2 days, and then update. That's like one of the reasons why I'm like real glad that I decided to get rid of Warzone. Okay, wasn't familiar with that emote. That ooh, it looks like the dude needs a little bit of coffee or something. A coffee or an energy drink. At least in Helldivers multipliers too, you actually can get the super credits. That said, they also decided to introduce a third printing currency that you do have to pay for, but so that's annoying. Okay, so this is actually like real world equipment. I gotta see exactly what the cutter arms on this thing are. Because it looks like they're just rods instead of like anything with an actual blade on it. I'm seeing a couple complex mechanisms on this thing that I don't really know exactly what all it's doing. Ah. If at first you don't succeed, just jam in the hole. So it looks like we only got 2 bales left. We can go ahead and cash this in. And I do believe I had one field that was being planted while the other one was being plowed, so I need to remember what the hell I planted and put that in the other field as well. We also have a pallet of wood that's ready to go. They say pallet of wood, a pallet of wool. We have the sheepies. Cha-ching, insta 5 grand. Boom. Okay. Okay, so we're planting oats. Okay, I need to look around and see if I have a power washer somewhere. This thing is absolutely filthy. Hmm. Okay. Normally, when you buy a power washer, it is a placeable, but I do believe this one actually has a standard tool version. Yeah. On wheels, and we can afford it. So we're just going to go ahead and buy this. Which means I need to get a flatbed. Okay. Ooh, I got fish for first where. Okay, note to self, I am not doing silage again. for a while. I think this is the tractor that is set up for the front loader. I think. Well, speaking of the sheep, they did a really good job rendering the sheep. That's a fence. I think it's kind of funny when the younger ones get a little bored and start jumping around. Okay, so we got a full pallet of wool. To my knowledge, the sheep only need grass. The cows, on the other hand, are going to need what's called total mixed ration. And we don't have enough to afford the thing for that. Right now they've got good forage in the actual field they're in. And a bit of water, a bit of hay. Case of young trout and pop it into the pond. So this field is planted with oats. The other field is plowed. We're going to go ahead and oat that up too. If I remember which field it was this guy, right? Yeah. What was going on with 23? Oh, crap. Okay, field 23 is... It needs some harvesting. Okay. Not harvesting, plowing. Okay, let's go and head down to the store and pick up a new power washer. Go ahead and drive the tines up so we can maybe shish come up in there everywhere coming the other way. So for everybody doesn't know, this map actually does take place in the UK, so everybody drives on the left hand. It is very weird. But ultimately, the rules of the road are pretty much the same. Just like Bizarro Land. Everybody who watches that does happen to be British. How the hell are you supposed to maneuver on those backcountry roads? They're like one lane both ways. It's kind of funny if you watch Side Eye Guy. He's been in Australia for like the last 10 years, so he doesn't know how to drive on those anymore. It's kind of funny. Every so often, he'll go back to the UK to visit family and such. So he has members of his family that are Irish. And apparently the proper way to do an Irish accent is to grit your teeth and mumble whatever. Okay, here's hoping I can just go ahead and maybe... and cradle this thing up. There we go. Be a little careful doing that because physics in this game tend to be a little wonky. Ah, that. The nice thing about this one is that I can just go ahead and move this wherever I want, so I don't have to worry about it being a static piece that's just like concreted to the ground. Worry about like running over it every time I try to do anything. That version is still in the game. I think it's actually a little bit more expensive than this one, but you have to make sure you are paying attention to where you're putting that thing, because if you're not, you'll end up trying to get around a corner and end up clicking the power washer every time. Oh, here's the cow field. Okay, so the thing about these cows, these are the up and over. The woolly Highland cow, Highland woolly cow. It's similar like the cows that you find in Skyrim, right? They got the nice long woolly wool. These are beef cattle, which means we will not be getting any milk from them. Long story short, every one of these motherfuckers is a hamburger waiting to happen. Oh, still subscribed. So I guess that means that the thing went through. There's the thing about it. Last night I found out that I hit all the requirements for affiliate. So today I filled out all the forums, all the stuff. So I think the fact that I can finally get a subscriber is like, haha, I think it worked. Which means good stuff happens. It means also I have some things to take care of as well. Alright, let's go ahead and knock this fucking thing off of here. Okay, let's try to not eat this thing to the moon. Or, you know, that works. Couldn't have done that if I tried. Okay, so thanks for the sub. It's a new interaction, I don't know how to respond to that. real quick, we're going to go ahead and maneuver the power washer to wherever it's actually going to be good for a wash. Going to clean up this tractor a little bit, and then I'm going to see where we need to be selling the trout. Be sure to wash up everything so it looks all nice and shiny new. The funny thing about this, you're spraying the outside for some reason the inside gets cleaned up as well, which is a little bit of a concern. Pop that there, hop in here. All right now. Like the whole Philly thing's like a completely new experience. It's just like, oh shit, I don't know what to do now. Fuck. Let's just go ahead and see how much trout are going for. Okay. So according to this graph, the peak season for trout is going to be in July. Thing is, I don't know if we can necessarily afford to do that. Okay. Big Farmer's Kiosk. Okay. Okay, that's going to be that weird one in town. Okay. So here's the thing. It's trout, right? It's fish. This is aquaculture. I can't just keep a bunch of fish just like hanging out in a pool for several months. You know? See? Fish. And to be fair, the fish is kind of expensive to get into and to operate because you have to pay for the food. You know, the fish food. And you have to pay for the pond and the facility. The one really big expense is the barge and the offshore hatchery. But for how much the actual box of trout sells for, definitely offsets the price. So as soon as we end up getting like crap loads of fish food and trout and salmon, especially the salmon, all this stuff should end up paying for itself in relatively short order.
Have no fear, your faith Chaos Fairy is here.
And split made it. You're just about to sell some fish. And I have to set the fork down because I do not like having this thing sticking out the front of my tractor and trying to maneuver around those little tiny British streets. Yeet. Thank you for the sub. I feel special now. Is the rack bigger? No, it's the same. It's just I altered my outfit a little bit. I got some hand warmers on, change of socks, little kitty slippers. Take bag, be cozy. Button everything down. Yes, obviously, as you can see now, I don't have parallax sticking in the way. You can see all the physics at work. Also decided to add the headset on just because I have it. Yeah, why not? So I'm pretty sure that actually the way that the game mechanics work, I could probably hang on to the fish like until July, but I don't know for sure. And the last thing that I want is for something to go bad. But the way this is working, we are going to be basically producing fish more or less non-stop. Offload these here. Yes. All right. And that just netted us $30,000. Stealing my spots. What spots? I don't have spots. Oh, I also changed my glasses up too. Yeek. I hate that little car. It's got 3 wheels. They had one in the Forza Horizon game. It is the most useless piece of trash in the game, in the entire series. I can thoroughly understand why Mr. Bean has a grudge against that thing. Yeah, this is pretty bad when you're getting passed by a tractor. Almost forgot the trailer goes over here with the fish. Okay, pop that here. And
Scuffy, am I one of your first followers?
uh, technically you're the second, so we'll beat you to it. Last subscriber, follower, probably one of the first. Actually, I think you're probably the first. When it comes to follower, subscriber, I'm so confused. Okay, so we got salmon here. I cannot put salmon in the trout pond. No, I can't. So that means the salmon all have to go either straight to market.
It says I've been following you for 11 years long.
Oh, yeah. You're probably my first follower. Okay. Alright, and I don't have the offshore. How much is the offshore? Okay, factories. This is going to be under animals. Factories. Okay, greenhouses. Aquaculture. Okay, so yeah, the cheapest offshore hatchery is 125,000. Okay. Okay, aquaculture, fish breeding. Now here's the real question: do fish go bad? Give me 1 second here. Well, obviously, in reality, we know, yeah, fish go bad very, very quickly. When they go bad, they go really bad. But in farm sim, farm sim 25, do fish expire? Okay, cool. We actually don't need to sell them right now. So we can go ahead and just let them marinate for a while. So farming sim is a video game. The fish do not actually expire. They don't go. Stay in there too long and die. You can leave the milk just like hanging out in the hot sun without it turning into cottage cheese. So yeah, we can actually go ahead and let the trout accumulate and hang on to the salmon. Then wait till July, sell then. Then from that point, once we get the offshore, we throw everything in there. And that is going to make a hell of a lot of salmon. Ah, yes, indeed, the lecture of virtual fish. This is one of the things I kind of point out in certain games. I'm really glad that nobody ever actually developed smell-o-vision. It's like that's kind of the running gag from like the 50s and 60s. Oh, you have color TV now. You see everything in color. Yeah. What's next? Smell-o-vision? No, no, absolutely not. You think about it when it comes to video games, especially like horror games. We trudge through some pretty nasty shit. I do not want to smell that. It's like if you ever play The Sinking City, based on Lovecraftian Cthulhu mythos, all over the city are dead, rotting fish. That is a smell that will make you want to blow out your eyeballs with corkscrews. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and stick these guys out of the way. Okay, and I think we're pretty good on that. Ooh, yeah. Smell vision in the Souls game? Ugh. That would be absolutely hair-raising. You know, I was gonna say the smell vision on the Asylum and Phasma would probably be pretty bad. I was gonna say it probably wouldn't be too bad because there's like a lot of blood and gore all over there. I don't know, it might not be too bad, you know? I mean, think about it. It's an abandoned asylum. It's been abandoned for decades. Okay, fill up on fish food. Okay, fish breeding. This is where we need to get food. Okay. Okay, so we gotta get down to the store, load up the pallet. hopefully this will actually be able to fit everything, because we just got 8 pallets of fish food. Like, you mentioned smell-o-vision on a South Park game? Ugh. The funny thing is, I think it was with Stick of Truth, they actually tried that. It was a VR for your nose. They actually had, like, the fart thing. Ugh. I can understand being a fan of South Park, but why the hell would anybody actually buy that? Ugh. Ah, ah. It kind of reminded me of this goofy joke product called Pump and Dump, and it's basically like the world's nastiest like spray fart, intended for like prank use. I'm gonna say I don't care how funny you think the prank is, that smell is not coming out of your clothes, especially if you spill that shit. Okay, careful. Hmm. I think this is going to fit better if I attack him from this angle. Back it up. Easy does it. Give this a light nudge in the right direction because we don't want it flying off the side. Alright, there we go. Yeah, finally managed to get to affiliate. I should be like no more flipping out. And I just like I just, you know, I don't know how to eat land to eat shit. It's like it's definitely a holy shit moment that I actually finally managed to get this. It's kind of one of those things. It's like, well, actually, this is pretty common for a lot of streamers. So it's like, yeah, okay, so I'm not a lot of streamers. Shit. Okay, I think I can get this in. Aha! So if anybody starts seeing ads, let me know if there's anything juicy or bizarre. Or if you end up seeing that same irritating ad that's been driving you crazy for the last 6 months. It's like one of the most obnoxious YouTube ads out there, the bearskin tactical hoodie. those ads are so fucking dumb. Like, borderline Old Spice dumb. Okay. Ooh, I need to upgrade my stream element stuff. Stars that autoplay for the info thing doesn't work. What the fuck? Okay. So what's the problem with the tractor forklift? You can never tell if you're actually good on it or if you're just smashing the crap out of shit. So I'm going to see by getting these last two pallets loaded, and then since Split got here a little later, I'll show off exactly the avid I made. And hopefully the game will actually cooperate when trying to get back in. Okay. Okay, careful. Okay, wrap everything up. Okay, now. Yeah, I do need to fix the stream elements info. Okay, so, real quick. Okay, chiropractor. There we go. Alright, so obviously you see I changed my glasses, and I got the headset. I also move this over so the place where I can actually still see the thing. Oh, yeah, helps stuff. Da. Aha. Add some arm warmers, change your socks, and slippers. Ah. Okay, so. Yeah. So yeah, it's going for kind of like a cozy vibe, right? And let's see, I actually need to, I'm still a little off here. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I definitely need to learn how to get like better as rigging, all the cool fun stuff. Yeah, I was also kind of messing around a little bit with shaders a little bit. Every so often, I kind of think maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to invest in like a leap motion thing, but yes. For anybody that doesn't know what a leap motion is, it's basically a little kind of neck camera thing you wear around your neck, and it captures your hands. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of going for the cozy vibe, right? It's one of those things I really need to figure out how to. Eek. How to make better VTuber apps, because like I don't want to pay for a VTuber app. I'd rather just make it myself, but it's don't fall over. Don't tip. Note to self: get bigger trailer. Aha.
Switch to your game. I was trying to tell you in the the chat thing, but it's not working on your intermission screen.
Ah. Oh, I'm still on the intermission. Oh shit. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Herb in the Derp. Hardcore.
Yeah, that's okay. That's why you got me.
Indeed. Okay.
Hey.
Alright. Gonna get out of this guy's bush. That
Oh my.
that did not come out
Okay,
right.
now I'm hanging up. Bye.
That did not come out right.
Okay, fine.
Yes, indeed. We'll be getting out of the hedge. Okay, so funny thing is, so I was looking at that bus going by. I figured a while back was Bus Simulator on Epic, and it was interesting. A little more chill than I'm usually okay. Hey, wait! God. I just need to get up to the fish hatchery. This itty bitty little trailer is like
You
wanting.
probably thought I was playing the sticker lol.
Yeah, for a second I actually did, so I had to check to make sure there wasn't a thing popping up. That's kind of like, the little kid that cried wolf. Yeah, let's go ahead and like pretend that we actually know what the fuck we're doing.
Going into lurk mode for a bit.
Always appreciate a lurk. Okay, now I'm gonna get the fish food off the pallet. Damn it. Oh, this is the output. And Discord expired. Okay, look, we're gonna go ahead and do this the I'm irritated way. Whoop. Trying to avoid driving into the fish pond. Ah! And it's still not full. Okay. Oh, anyway, we won't have to worry about the fish running out of food anytime soon. So, there's a deer in my silage barn. Come on, time. Ah, you motherfucker. Okay, go and ditch that here. Okay. Same deer. Uh, Eventually I'm going to get back into Call of the Wild and actually make use of the feeders on like the New England Mountain map. Okay, so this is the fish in the lake. That's all trout. Okay. We are working on trout and salmon. I suppose I could try to max that out, but I think I better hold off on that and do a contract instead, just because that's going to be expensive. This is the thing I always find kind of interesting. This tractor is a stayer. If you've played any shooters in the last couple of decades, you know that stayer also makes firearms, specifically the AUG. That's their main claim to fame, right? It is a little bizarre to think that one of the most innovative bullpups is put out by the same company that makes tractors. It's also weird to know that Lamborghini makes tractors, which is bizarre. Okay, so this is field 25. We're going to go ahead and automate this and just have the AI helper do the thing here. We're going to get like 9 grand off this anyway, so. Oh my. That is gigantic. Okay, we'll go ahead and let them do that. Now, let's take a look. Okay, so the sheep are all healthy. Okay, they got a whole thing of a whole bale of grass that they're just chomping away on. Okay, that's good to know. Cow pasture. Okay, so water's good, food is okay. Yep. Okay, so we got the barge. This is going to be expensive. Total cost 275,000. Okay. We have got our work cut out for us. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we're currently planting oats. We can harvest that in. Okay, we can harvest the oats in July. We can also sell the fish in July. Okay. So forage mixers. Honestly, for the size of cattle field we have, I think this would probably be the ideal size. Okay, so I'm thinking what I'm going to want to do. I'm kind of having inclined to think I should probably wait a bit. It's like we need to wait until this contract's done to actually get paid for it. And our guy over here is like 2 or 3 swipes away from being done. Okay, so we got 40% metal, 80% silage and hay, 40% grass. Okay, that's how effective it is. So ideally, we really want to do total mixed ration. It's kind of the thing with the cows is the fact that they take a while to grow. So if we want to invest hardcore in just maintaining cattle, there's not really going to be a whole lot else we're going to be doing. Okay, so real quick. Alright, our grass field is ready to go. So if we just lease this guy, okay, we want a hay bale and a silage bale. You know, I'm going to go ahead. Oops. Let me just grab a grass bale. I don't have. Okay, that's not a grass bale. Okay. Let's go around and take a look at exactly what total mixed ration actually is. Because I could have swore it was silage, hay, and grass. Eh, get off, get off. Thank you. Okay, stick a straw bale in there. Good old-fashioned shredded wheat. Ah! Unfortunately, we have a little too much straw. This is one of the reasons why I don't usually do the cattle too much, is because of the fact that this whole total mixed ration thing is, for whatever reason, it's very difficult for me, at least, to actually figure out how to get the the ratios right to get actual total mixed ration instead of just a bunch of straw and silage. Boy, I'm gonna come back to the whole shredded wheat thing. That reminds me of it's kind of an interesting thing. There's Max Miller of Tasting History of Max Miller did a thing about cornflakes, and there was also a movie called The Road to Willowville with Anthony Hopkins and John Cusack, and I think Dana DeLange was in it as well. But it deals with the history of cereal, specifically Kellogg's, and the fact that something like the process used to make an actual cornflake and shredded wheat, and the reason why they are as bland and disgusting as they are. And it basically all comes down to Dr. John Harvey Kellogg and his particularly bizarre ideas about food and health. And in his later life, eugenics. That's the bad stuff. Okay, so when this stuff blows out the side. Okay, the price of admission for leasing this thing, I think we can afford to hang on to this thing for a little while, because we're going to kind of have to. Yeah, a little too far. Okay, we have another truck case. Starting to run out of daylight. Yeah, the idea of using food to control behavior. I'm going to say that Kellogg was obviously not the first guy to think of that. But he was definitely very vocal about promoting it to everyone that he possibly could. But when you think about using food to control people and controlling behavior, it gets a little more devious in North Korea, because there they don't use food just to control people, but to keep you loyal in the most absolutely insidious way possible. Okay, you done? Okay, so we got oats, needs to be weeded. needs lime and fertilizer. Okay. Hmm. Okay, where do I put this thing? As I recall, this goes in a barn over this way somewhere. Ah. Okay, so I do not know what the AI guy did, but this tractor is absolutely covered in crap. So this tractor is a McCormick, and I honestly don't think this has anything to do with like the McCormick Seasoning Company, because if it did, that would be a little fucked up. I gotta love that. You actually see the word beat up on the wheels. Okay, I'm not mistaken. I think I had this one set specifically to do field work, as opposed to acting as a forklift. Oh, wait. That's right, the cedar went into this barn. Oh, crap. Alright. It really is amazing how marketing will end up altering culture and shifting behaviors and all manner of other societal fuckery just for the sake of making that money. It's like, believe it or not, the whole thing with like eggs and bacon for breakfast. So, obviously, simple dish, not exactly, a new dish. But the reason why everybody associates eggs and bacon with breakfast in the morning is due to a marketing campaign in the 1930s to sell more bacon. What's also funny is that we still see people trying to use Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But here's the thing about Rudolph. Rudolph is a marketing character mascot from Montgomery Ward. And they went out of business. Now, to be fair, Montgomery Ward still does technically exist as an entity, and it's kind of gone back to its roots as a mail order. It's bought by, I believe, a Norwegian company that bought out all of their branding, licensing, all that stuff. So Montgomery Ward is technically still around, but you're not going to be able to find an actual like, brick and mortar store anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, forward. Oh, by the way, this right here is the main reason why daylight savings does not make any sense. The whole point of daylight savings was like to give farmers like more light, but yeah, you can put fucking beacons on a tractor and turn night into day. And even then, even without the lights, farmers will work in the dark. let's go ahead and advance time. While we're doing that, let's take an opportunity to clear our throats. Get a little stretch. Oh. And have a drink of something. Coffee. Okay, so fresh off in the morning in April. And the wheel is still wet. Okay. Okay, so we've got some mowing to do. Okay, right. Okay, real quick here. Let's take a look at our tractors. Okay, 235 horse versus 240. Okay. Okay, so field 23 needs to be plowed. I have got to get a bigger one of these things. Alright, we'll go ahead and let Bob take care of this one. Or, wait, is that Bob? Yeah, it's Bob. Seeing as how this is the new tractor. Oh well, crap, there's already fucking hay bales just right there. I thought those were decoration. Okay. I know what you're thinking. Why bother washing it off now? It's just going to get dirty again. All these are clean tools or heavy tools. Ah. So I think I'm okay to have the soundtrack playing. Okay. Alright, here we go. This grass is looking pretty long. I'm thinking this motor wagon's gonna fill up pretty quick. Yeah, it's gonna get filled up really quickly. Okay, so far striking me the turning radius is probably not this guy's strong suit. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to end up having to turn this into silage. If I'm not mistaken, I think this tractor was a used one. I think I'm starting to see why it was used. It's not bad, but at the same time, the turning radius on this is a little lacking, to put it lightly. Okay, so we're going to come back to wherever this line actually starts. Which is what I probably should have done in the first place instead of just like, fuck it, we're here, let's roll. Meow. Ah. I hate having to back up trailers. Higher end mowers, they can be a little pricey. Main thing is, what I would really like to do is I'd like to get rid of this forage wagon. Because, as you can see, this thing fills up in like the drop of a hat. I'm gonna turn the mower off. If we actually take a look at the actual mowers, so like this is the one that we're using right now, and it's not bad. It is slightly bigger than this one for about 500 bucks more, but both the Kun and the Samaj can be outfitted to basically have a triple-decker mowing line. Yeah, 8.3 meters maximum width to 9.4, so it's actually not a bad idea to go ahead and just use this. It's not like it's a lower end, it's just that it comes down to how wide they are. And of course, you get this motherfucker. I think he's gonna need a trailer for this guy. But like, what I want to do is I want to get a hold of the full spread triple decker thing and be able to just like mow over the entire field. Get like a tedder for if I want to do hay, and definitely a winter rower so I can actually suck up everything and put it into a bale. Because right now as is. The only thing we can really do with this forage wagon is just back up everything into the silage pit. Let everything ferment. That's the thing about it, these farm machines are really, really expensive. Like the combine harvesters, some of those are like $500,000, and it is like a rolling production plant. Yeah, forage harvester. Yeah, this is the most expensive one right here. And this can be outfitted to do grass, mulch up corn, straw, other things like that. And the price of this thing is astronomical. The thing is, that is something that you use for like hardcore silage production. Yeah, so far, trying to get this field mowed just ends up taking exponentially longer because of this forage wagon. So anyway, when it comes down to like the forage harvester that I just showed off, it really only does one thing, and that is grass, corn, whatever else you're going to be using for silage production. It basically just mulches everything. But like I said, it's for the hardcore as hell production. Like we have one of those fields that's like big enough to apply for statehood. You use that thing. What I'd really like to do with this one is get the baler that automatically wraps the grass. Yeah, saving up actually enough to actually get that big huge forage harvester. Bleh. If you actually want to buy it outright, that's going to take forever. Breathe. Keep forgetting to inhale. Okay, so anyway, you can rent these things for far cheaper. That said, that does add to your overall overhead by quite a bit because you have to keep paying the lease every month. And at the end of the day, you don't actually own the tool. Almost forgot something. Yep. We have a loan. A big one. Ah, wrong one. I kind of forgot that getting the fish production set up was actually pretty costly. So I gotta make sure to pay down that loan. Hopefully we'll be able to actually advance time to the point where we get to July and we can sell off astronomical amounts of trout. Okay, let's see real quick. What am I doing? Okay, so we got an AI guy doing the field. We're currently working on this. Let's take a look at the contracts available. Of course. Like 1 inch off. Plus I don't know the counterweights. Gonna let the AI get into that. Ah, come on now. I keep wanting to shut just the mower off, and I shut the whole tractor off. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's going to be rather annoying. It's like that thing. It's like every time I try to sell somebody, like I try to tell somebody to go left or something like that, and for some reason I always say right. I do not know why I do that. Did I mention how much I love trying to back up a fucking trailer? Come on, just straighten out, straighten. Good, just right, just straighten out. Come on, come on, come on. I know you've been talking to Nightbot. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not exactly a big fan of backing up regular trailers. What really blows ass is like the wagon style trailers with the axle in the front. Oh, those things are just a bitch. I hate those things so much. It's like I imagine it probably wouldn't be as much of a massive pain in the ass trying to back these things up if you were using like a wheel. Because as is, using a stick on the controller is like it's way prone to massive oversteer. Yeah, swing this around wide and try to attack this as squarely as possible. Okay, and after this, we're gonna have to check the actual state of this field, see if it needs like lime fertilizer or anything like that. No, wrong. This one. Okay. Oh, please tell me that's not a spot that was missed. Oh, son of a... I hate that. Okay, so little things like this little splurk over here. Ah, damn it. It's like one of the hand tools they desperately need to add to the series. A hand rake. On the lab, but trying to just like show the trailer back. That reminded me of watching Enya, formerly of Shoujo, try to drive in Cyberpunk. Oh my god. She's hanging behind the wheel for 30 seconds before she's driving on the wrong side of the road, running over 5 people, get into a fucking shootout with the cops. It's like, what the f... This is just trying to get from point A to point B. If you ever watched the video, it should be still available on... so I'm pretty sure that Shoujo never actually owned any of the Talon's abs or anything like that on like HoloLive. But yeah, Henry's clip around that should still be up. And it is funny as hell. It really is. Because she's just completely oblivious to just the absolute mayhem that she's causing. Yeah, they're just trying to back this trailer. Just reminded me of that so much. Just, if all else fails, just ram straight through it. Okay. I hate that. There's always that one little bit that it just misses at the start. Oh, that did that whole fucking line. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Damn it. Okay, straight up. Back in. Back in. Alright. Yeah, I have got to get a bigger plow or whatever the fuck that is. That cultivator. I think that's what it's called, cultivator. Oh yes, a nice little split rail fence in the idyllic English countryside. That makes it absolutely a pain in the ass trying to get back into this field because you have to go around the damn fence. I don't think we're even halfway done with this field. We've already managed to almost completely fill out that silage pit. You know, it's time to get that stuff backed up. I am not fucking around with front end loaders or anything like that. I am just going to buy a conveyor belt. And save myself one massive headache. What the fuck are you doing, tractor? Okay, there we go. Well, you know, to be fair, you know, when it comes to actually driving the Warthog in Halo, it's not the most straightforward control scheme. I mean, for some people it's second nature, but if you're used to like gas and brake, the Warthog is going to be not that. It's kind of a funny thing about it. It's like I played like every Halo game except Halo Wars 2, and I really don't even like Halo that much. And truth be told, I really think they should have stopped after 3. Yeah, Halo 3, we got the big epic conclusion. It was kind of an event, really. It was like the ultimate culmination of 2 generations of hardware and millions of fans and money spent on the IP. But of course, money-hungry Microsoft say that, hey, we got a cash cow. Let's milk this bitch till it's bone dry. So then we end up getting Halo 4, which Halo 4 could have worked if they leaned a little harder into the new enemies instead of dragging out the old Covenant bad guys again. Marketable assets is what they are, It's kind of like the whole thing with Star Wars, the fact that they keep dragging around, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Chewbacca, especially fucking Chewbacca, Jesus Christ. If you're gonna keep putting Chewbacca in something, at least give him a fucking perm or something, seriously. You got these corpos that are just interested in chasing the money, so they have the marketable asset of the familiar name, the familiar face, low risk, potentially high reward. At least they think it's high reward until they end up shooting themselves in the foot. Trying to gauge exactly how much of this field we have left to go. And I think we're getting up around about almost the halfway point. Yeah, going back to the Halo thing. 3.8 should have stopped. ODST was fine. Reach is a game I just can't seem to get away from, regardless of if it's actually trying or not. Oh, you fuck. And the bin's full again. Yeah, Halo 4 would have probably worked a lot better if they'd had taken a little bit more of a risk and leaned a little harder into these new enemies. And maybe develop them a little further. So this will actually have like whole retrospectives on exactly why the new enemies in Halo failed, whereas the originals are the iconic ones. And a lot of it comes down to visual language, because like the new, I can't even remember what the fuck they're called anymore, they're just that freaking forgettable. You have several enemies that do different things, but they all look very similar, or at least are very difficult to differentiate. Whereas, like the grunts, the elites, the brutes, they all have very, very specific, defined visuals to them that you can tell instantly from their silhouette exactly what they are. It's kind of like when you play like Team Fortress. You can tell who's the heavy, who's the sniper, who's the spy, sometimes. Who's the engineer, who's the pyro. It's the whole thing of being able to communicate through your character design, as opposed to just simply saying, oh, this guy does this, and then this guy does that, and they look exactly the same. Pickup, turn on wagon. Alright, so. Go ahead and straighten out. Yeah, definitely that's the thing with Mass Effect is, at the end of Mass Effect 3, it should have just stopped because that's the end of the story. Oh, fuck, I completely forgot that damn line. Yeah, Andromeda technically shouldn't actually have happened. If they really wanted to make Andromeda, what they should have done is, one, not call it Andromeda, have it set in a completely different galaxy, but two, have it focus on, say, another N7 operator that is working somewhere adjacent, somewhere elsewhere in the galaxy, whereas Shepard is off doing, the main story. It's like, if you really want to continue Mass Effect like that while keeping your safe, marketable assets intact, you tell a side story, because, you take like Star Wars, Mass Effect, what's another big one? Dragon Age. God, they fucked up Dragon Age so hard. There's ways to do it without having to completely reinvent the wheel or completely bastardize your main characters. But, yeah, when it comes to Dragon Age, my god. You can very clearly tell that whoever wrote Dragon Age the Veilguard clearly never actually played the original games. I think this is kind of a thing with BioWare, is that, it's like, it's pretty easy to upgrade Mass Effect to Legendary, to Legendary Edition, because it's Unreal Engine. It's always been Unreal Engine. Until you get to Andromeda, in which case they switch over to Frostbite for some fucking reason. But the original Dragon Age Origins was on this very, very weird, obscure engine. And there's maybe like 20 people at BioWare that still understand how that thing runs. And then Dragon Age 2 used a completely different one. Dragon Age Inquisition was Frostbite. When it comes to Veilguard, I honest to God do not care what the fuck engine he uses. That game is just ass. My only problem with playing Dragon Age Origins on PC is there's no controller support. And that is, it's like I can play Baldur's Gate 3 because I can still use a controller. It still has that same kind of Dragon Age-ish vibe, right? Because Dragon Age was originally supposed to be a Baldur's Gate game. But the fact that you have to click and mouse and play it like World of Warcraft, it was a sticky point for me. Gonna collect on that. This needs to be on field 24. Where is field 24? Ah, right next door. All right, cool. Okay, going to get an AI working on that other field. Which reminds me. Okay, so this guy's our AI guy is almost done with the field. All right. Okay, so going back to the whole thing with how they fucked up Dragon Age. I think it's one of those things that at BioWare they must have changed hands and more or less completely redid their staff to the point where most of the original developers are actually not even employed there anymore. God damn it. So basically, I guess we can kind of say that BioWare, as it exists now, is kind of a ship of Theseus, you know? They've replaced enough of the main components that it's really not even the same company anymore. Which is probably one of the reasons why the characters in original Mass Effect trilogy were written so well and are so iconic and endearing, and the Andromeda characters are just kind of bullshit. Although to be fair, yeah, when it comes to Andromeda, like, anything that could go wrong in that development cycle did. Okay, let's see here. It's kind of one of those things I just keep wanting to shove everything into this one silo. I should probably be making use of the other one too. Especially because this pile is getting a little large. Yeah, I think the rest of the field is going to have to go on the other side, otherwise I'm not going to be able to actually drive over that to flatten it. Yeah, that's the thing about BioWare, it's like, you had the original Mass Effect trilogy, you had Dragon Age 1, 2, and Inquisition, and it's like for a while there, it's like they couldn't make a mistake. And then it's like, after Mass Effect 3, Andromeda comes out and just everything falls the fuck apart. Finish up the rest of this field. This is probably going to take another 2 trips to the bin. On the plus side, though, apparently Battlefield 6 is actually doing really well. Which is kind of weird, because, like, Battlefield 5 was just no. There was 2042, which was trying to get back in order, but it was still pretty out of joint. Now 6 is out, and it's just absolutely stomping on its competition in the form of Call of Duty. So that basically tells you that DICE basically learned a lesson that BioWare is, instead of learning from it, they're doubling down on it. Gotta remember, Battlefield 5 ended up having just the most horrible fucking PR nightmare. Driving a boat up the side of a skyscraper. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I tried the beta for 5, and it pissed me off. I had a Fortnite moment in a Battlefield game. That should never happen. Now, what do you mean? What do I mean when I say a Fortnite moment? I've tried playing Fortnite, and I can't. It sucks. It sucks bad. I hate it. You got a bunch of people running around trying to be in a shooter, but at the same time, Fortnite was originally supposed to be believe it or not, a zombie defense game. So there was a building component. Everybody ends up building. So you can have like the biggest, most obnoxious tower, so they can shoot down on the other guy. And I had moments in Fortnite where a shot that should have been a kill ended up instead being deflected by a wall that magically popped up out of somebody's ass. That happened in a Battlefield map. So yeah, that was one and done. I was just like, no, we are not doing this. And then of course there was the whole PR thing with the strangely red-haired chick with that was missing a hand that was somehow super duper commando. And I'm sorry, this is supposed to be a World War II game. If you were missing a hand, they didn't deploy on special assignments. You went home. Okay, this is just about full up. Oh god. Ah, that was like not even 2 full rows. Oh, damn it. I don't know why I got this. It's programmed in my head. You do one on one side of the controller, one on the other side of the controller. Oh, stop it. Okay, careful, careful. Unload. You do remember the whole controversy of the red-haired chick with the claw hand running around with a Thompson? It was a big, huge news story that the devs at DICE ended up doing something you'd never want to do ever. They ended up blaming their fans as being, like a bunch of bigots and shit, because the fans were looking for historical accuracy, but instead you've got the head of the company doubling down on the political nonsense. And not just blaming the fans, but actually just outright insulting them via a Twitter post. Just like, ooh, absolute PR nightmare. Yeah, it was kind of bad. It really was. Yeah, eventually the guy that ended up making all the inflammatory statements. It was a really a whole big thing. There's like actual like archived videos of everybody commenting on this everything that went down. But eventually this dude would go on to leaving the company. I don't know if he ended up taking the money and run or if they just paid him to get the fuck out. But yeah, I don't even remember what his name was. But yeah, this dude was accusatory, defensive, argumentative, you know. And funny, I mentioned Fortnite earlier. One of this guy's excuses was that his little 7-year-old daughter wanted to know why she couldn't play as a girl because she could in Fortnite. After you pay for the skin, right? I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, do 7-year-olds really play Battlefield? But yeah, just it was a whole thing. It was nuts. So if there's anything that we can say that is probably good about EA's particularly nefarious business practices, is that they probably were the ones that stepped in and actually got rid of this dude. Because one of the things you come to learn about EA, cash is king, failure is not tolerated. So when you got this asshole doubling down on his political narrative and affecting the bottom line, he basically gets thrown out like a dirty diaper. Okay, so our AI help is finally finished our other field, which is good. Contract is still going. Yeah, that's kind of a wild thing, is that EA is getting bought out. One can only hope that EA ends up changing for the better and actually goes back to Electronic Arts as opposed to being just fucking greedy bastards. Yeah, for years EA had a bad habit of buying all these promising studios. Yeah, it's like Visceral Games started off as EA Redwood Shores, and they turned to Visceral after Dead Space. So Dead Space ended up being the whole lightning in a bottle, right? Instant hit. Everybody loved it. Remake comes out, everybody still loves it. So EA ends up buying up the studio completely, you know. They end up running it into the ground because they expect the same massive profits, massive hit, lightning in a bottle again, with every release. They don't give them any more assets to work with, they don't give them any more time. If anything, they cut time. And, you know, it's like Visceral Games ended up making Battlefield Hardline, which I actually thought was good. But they were expecting Hardline to be like the next Battlefield 4, and when that didn't happen, they closed down the studio, fired all the guys, and yeah, we're never going to get Dead Space 4. It's kind of one of those things that we kind of need to get Dead Space 4 because Dead Space 3 kind of ended on a cliffhanger. Ah, you son of a bitch. Yeah, it was with Studios who... one of the lower casualties of corporal greed. And honestly, I actually enjoyed Dead Space 3. I actually liked the ability to tinker with your guns and shit and make a lot of, like, stupidly over-the-top crazy shit. Granted, it did kind of take out the core premise of the gameplay, which is, you know, dismemberment of your enemies. So yeah, Dead Space 3 kind of ended up getting rid of the main gimmick, but at the same time, I enjoyed it. Keep in mind, I am like one of those goofballs that wants to throw like flashlights, lasers, slashing machines, silencers, everything onto a gun. Oh, the second player character, Carver. Yeah, Carver was kind of a dick, but yeah, you think about it, can you really blame him? It's basically the end of the world, and his life is kind of a nightmare. He's with some douchebag that he doesn't actually particularly care about, but has to follow orders. He's going to find some random engineer to do something he probably doesn't even know what the fuck is the overall end game. But he's probably going to die in the process. On top of that, he's also going completely fucking insane the entire time. I did think that was a neat mechanic, though. That if you're playing player 1, you're playing as Isaac, and you saw the main thing for everything that was supposed to be happening, right? If you're playing player 2, you were playing Carver, and Carver saw different shit. So I kind of appreciate that mechanic, but at the same time, I kind of wish they'd allow you to actually select who you were going to play as. Because if you, say, don't have a friend to play with, or it's been long enough now that they don't even have the servers for it up. At least I don't know, maybe they do, maybe they don't, I don't know for sure. Like, there's this whole other storyline that some players are just never going to actually see. And it actually does kind of help to kind of humanize Carver quite a bit more and kind of flesh out his backstory and make him seem a bit less of an asshole. Yeah, I actually recently streamed the Dead Space remaster. It is actually very good, and I like the fact that it wasn't just a carbon copy, but with prettier graphics of the original game. They actually did change a few things in a good way. Now, if they ever end up doing a remaster of Dead Space 2, hopefully they fix the fucking AbelK machine. Ugh. I streamed that one too, and I was absolutely lucky as hell that I managed to get that one shot. Yeah, the minigame is a pain in the ass, and it just hurts when you fuck it up. It hurts to look at it. Just, oh, God. I don't know, I guess that the AbelK machine is kind of the iconic, infamous mechanic of Dead Space 2. They probably end up keeping it if they did a remaster. Just because it's kind of one of those things everybody's going to be expecting it to be there. Eh. Don't fuck the gate. Okay. Okay, go and get this planted. Yeah, but the lyrics of that song are fucking weird. So there's a couple songs on the soundtrack of this game that kind of sound like, okay, are you talking about like, yeah, you know, a romance, or are you talking about like your weird BDSM sex party, or like this guy like getting fucking railed apparently? Like, just what the fuck? What? What the fuck are you doing, dude? Yes, the Dead Space 2 ads where they said your mom hates Dead Space 2. Eh. God, that goes like some of the old like Sony PlayStation ads back in the late 90s, early 2000s. There was some wacky fucking shit that you could get away with. Okay, let's go ahead and open this guy up. The silage pit is where I want to get like the big, huge, heavy as hell tractors with like the treads. As I recall, the Dreamcast ads actually were pretty tame, truth be told. They always the whole thing with the Dreamcast was they had this logo, "It's thinking." I'll be honest with you, the second Dreamcast died way too quick. But the reason why it died was because the PlayStation 2 ended up showing up, and that was basically like a fucking sniper bullet straight through the fucking brain. I remember I got my PlayStation 2 and I didn't touch my Dreamcast for like literally 2 months. Okay, shove everything in here. And start squishing. Ooh, actually, I still have actually a lot of my Sega Dreamcast stuff. Let's see here. Sonic Adventure 2. Serve the Berserk Guts Rage, which is a, if you've ever seen this, the anime Berserk, that's what that's from. You have to play as Guts, complete with the Dragon Slayer and all the other weird shit. Let's see here. Yeah, Phantasy Star Online. That was like the first, legit the first online console game. Let's see what else was there. There was a game, Mach X, which was a very unusual first-person title. There's also a Mobile Gundam 0079 side story. This first-person Gundam game is actually pretty good. Well, interesting at least. It's kind of one of those things with like Gundam. I really wish we'd find like, you know, a nice like legit first-person mech style, you know, mech simulator Gundam game. Okay. 80,000 liters of silage. Good lord. Let's see, I'm trying to remember what else I had. Crazy Taxi. Yeah, that's the thing about it. If you're into mechs games, you know, it's like Gundam was kind of the original, but if you're into like hardcore mechs, it's kind of hard to get better than Armored Core, man. It's like I get Mech Warrior 5, and Mech Warrior's always been kind of an interesting mech shooter game. But the thing is, it kind of, there's not enough customization in Mech Warrior. Armored Core, on the other hand, yeah, that's the whole point, is to make your own personally customized 200-ton death machine. Yeah, on Dreamcast I had Crazy Taxi, I had Shenmue. Shenmue turned it into a very weird kind of digital opera, or soap opera, I should say. It was largely based around the Virtua Fighter engine, but it was a 3D open world and kind of a life simulator. And I remember there was a code that you could do where, seeing as how it took place in a real world area in Japan during 1985, I think. There's a code you could put in where you would actually have like the actual weather that occurred that year in Japan. I started thinking about that. It's like, okay, weird flex. You do you. You know, it's kind of where you play as this kid whose dad is murdered by this weird Chinese guy. And you have to go through his life of figuring out how to figure out what happened to his father, where the guy that killed him went. And unfortunately, in my playthrough, the event that was supposed to happen to advance the story never did, so he ended up just kind of being a lonely dock worker for the rest of his life. And like I said, the actual weather was like Yokohama or something like that. Like I said, weird flex, but you know, whatever.
You can't identify it, girl. You can't deny it. I'm always vibing with you. trap. There's light in the tunnel, and it's always guiding me to you.
Yeah, Pocket X was a rather interesting game where you play as multiple different characters because your character is actually a sentient sword. And this one was actually had enough interest behind it that they did a PlayStation 2 port called, I think, Muck and Shao. Oh my. Ah! We were full of fish.
Baby, get ready on the count of three. You know your energies got the best of me. Baby, just help me rest at ease and help me breathe. You make me breathe.
Okay. Up this guy onto here. I'm kind of thinking with the salmon crates here, it's probably not a good idea to stack these more than 3 high. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I still have the original Crazy Taxi. I know that there was a re-release recently on, I think, Xbox 360, but they kind of fucked it up. The original Crazy Taxi actually had a soundtrack from The Offspring, and the re-release didn't. Okay, I wonder if I can stack one of these crates on top of the other. Move both of these at the same time. Okay, careful, careful. Don't drink the toilet water. Okay, let's see here. Animules. Alright. Cows need water. Crazy Taxi got a live action show. That is bizarre. Whew. I'm not even too sure how you would actually go about make an actual like movie out of it, a show out of it at all. Because the whole premise of Crazy Taxi is flying through, I think it was like San Francisco, listening to Offspring. Like the biggest, most idiotically overpowered car. Bah. Always remember to water your beef. Damn, thirsty cow, Jesus. Alright. We have first order kettle. Oh yeah, the twisted metal. I can definitely see that one getting. Yeah, that one actually looked kind of interesting. That's kind of the thing about it when it comes to twisted metal. Sweet Tooth, the killer clown, right? I've seen a couple different depictions of Sweet Tooth over the years, and some are more badass than others, but I'm a little leery about the way they portray him in the live-action show. It's like, I think he still comes off as very clearly deranged, but I remember seeing the actual official, like, actual game art for the character, and he seemed a little more jacked, truth be told. One of the things I think would probably do with one of the things I would like to see is like a remake of an old PlayStation 1, like Gen 1 PlayStation 1 game called Loaded. You basically play as a bunch of like really screwball, messed up space psychopaths on a prison ship somewhere, and your whole thing is breaking out, right? Oop, too far. Say one of the most iconic PlayStation 1 characters, Fwank. Big, beefy, psycho as hell motherfucker. Went around with a shotgun, a combat knife, and teddy bear bombs. Because he wore a burlap sack over his head that was painted like a clown. Yeah, there were some weird characters in that game. Yeah, the PlayStation 1 era video games had some... Ah! Oh, you get... Yeah, you are! Fucking deer. Little bastard's lucky this is Farm Simulator and I call it wild. He'd be fucking hamburger. Okay. Oh boy. Fish food is going to be expensive. was Flank with the teddy bear bombs. There was Cat in Hands, who was like a pirate with freakishly large hands. And dual laser flintlocks. And there was the token girl with the game box who killed people with sound waves. Looked like a fucking candy kid. Okay, it needs lime. Alright. So for lime, we need a spreader. Where is the spreader? 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 Hello, spreader. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Wrong spreader. Slurry tankers, slurry tools, slurry transport, rollers. Auger wagons, trailers. Okay. Yeah, Loaded was a very interesting game. It was a top-down perspective twin-stick shooter. And I'm kind of thinking it's probably one of those things you probably couldn't actually get away with making a game like that today. It's got some offensive shit in it. Let's see, straw blowers. Obviously not what I need, but you know. Okay, what do we actually need a straw blower for? Okay, fertilizer spreader. Okay, this is the guy that we need to spread the lime. Okay, what are you? Why does this have a crane arm on it? This will be interesting. It's always kind of funny. You'll see the juvenile cows just bouncing up and down the field. I'll be honest with you, every time I see one of those minis come by, I keep thinking Mr. Bean's gonna end up like sticking his head out and waving. Okay, this is probably a little overkill. honestly can't tell if this thing is supposed to open up or not. It sounds like it's doing something, but I'm just not seeing the animation for it. Oh, open shovel. Okay. It's a shovel. Which kind of raises the question of where exactly are you loading this thing? You need a shovel. Okay, where is the lime station? Okay, that's my water tank. Okay. Where is the lime station? Buying station for pig food. Liquid manure. Manure. Electric charging station. Are there really that many electric vehicles in Scotland? There's a well Jane jet. Yes, indeed, there is no kill like overkill. That is a lot of lime. Please tell me I can get all 8 bags into this thing. Crap. There's like half a bag left, damn it. Just couldn't play ball, could you? Okay, it's been several hours. Why is the tractor still wet? Yeah, I was like, I know the tractor's getting a little excited about putting lime on the field, but calm yourself. Seriously. Oh, cruise control. Go ahead and chuggle gluggle. That's that coffee. It's like just now dawning on me exactly how heavy this fucking trailer with a full load of just massive amounts of lime actually weighs. 15,600 liters. That's a lot of rocks. I probably should have left the forklift attachment. There's a little bit extra weight. Yeah, take the forklift attachment off instead of doing 18 miles an hour, you do 19 and a half. Okay. Okay, needs lime. I get the impression I'm actually going to need all this lime. Ah! Ooh. Just thought of something I would really like to see get remade. Parasite Eve. It's kind of Squaresoft's attempt to out Resident Evil. As far as I know, there were a total of 3 games in the entire franchise. Parasite Eve 1 and 2, which were on the original PlayStation. Then there was PlayStation Portable's The Third Birthday, which probably should not be remade. Yeah, I think Parasite Eve actually even got a live-action movie in Japan. Yeah, Parasite Eve 1 and 2 were good, and they kind of focused on, like, what I really liked about them was the fact that they had modern weapons and real-world weapons that actually had, like, the actual proper name, like an M9 was an M9. It also had, like, a solid weapon customization system. The combat, if not mistaken, was turn-based. Oh, wait. I already did this line. Right? I already did this one. Ah, crap. It's not telling me if I actually... Alright, yeah, that's the first line. I already got that one. Alright. I thought they had a rather interesting way of incorporating the magic in Parasite Eve. It was basically a parasite, mitochondrial ability. Yeah, it's a really weird mix of like turn-based and real-time. Yeah, I just always remember Parasite Eve had Parasite Eve 2. I think it was 1 or 2. It had the Natural History Museum. That might have been 1. Because there's a scene where this just like mass of flesh ends up completely coating a dinosaur skeleton, bringing it back to life. Ooh, that's another thing. Dino Crisis would do well with it, like a Resident Evil remake style. They really need to just like bring back a bunch of like classic PlayStation 1 games as like in modern iterations. They're starting to crap out on me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about it. Like, the original PlayStation had a bunch of survival horror games that I think should probably be taken a look. People should be taking a little another look at. Oh shit! Damn it! I forgot that's a straight line. Okay, we're not doing the hitters anymore. Also, I always remember Fear Effect 1 and 2. Never really got into those too much, but those one got a little bit of controversy on it because they had a particularly steamy ad campaign. I don't even remember what the hell they were about. I just remember it had 2 female protagonists and they were supposed to be in a shower scene. Ended up getting that game a little bit of notoriety because it was a little too spicy for the ESRB. reality, though, it's like it was actually pretty tame. Oh, rainstorm. Yeah, Parasite Eve, Dino Crisis. Parasite Eve 1 and 2 definitely need a remake. I would say that maybe the original Resident Evil could do with a remaster, but they already had a remaster on the GameCube. Okay, that should be all that field. The whole reason why we're into this thing in the first place. Go ahead and automate this because we've actually got a couple of fields to do. Yeah, actually, took a look at the original Persona and Persona 2, and they are odd, to put it lightly. Okay, what is this goofball doing? Okay, so I guess I get it's a nice wide swath, but did the AI just like start in the middle of the field? It did. Weird. Okay, this is going to be interesting. How exactly is this goofball planning on actually finishing out this field? Because if I find spots of bare field when he's done, I'm going to be selling his ass at the market. Go ahead and just let him work. Okay, let's go ahead and get our ducks in a row. Okay, needs lime. Okay, so basically what we really need to do is get the weeder. Weeds and herbicide, okay. So now we know that. Check our fish situation. Yeah, Bloody Roar was actually a pretty interesting game. I think you'd have to be a little careful releasing a Bloody Roar now because it's like major furry bait. So I actually got a PlayStation 2 Bloody Roar over here. I think it's Bloody Roar 4. That's kind of where you got start getting into like weird situations of I forgot about the furries things. Yeah, so you wouldn't think so, but I gotta admit though, I do think that something like Bloody Roar, it's obviously gonna have the furry appeal. I think they should just go ahead and double down on it. Like why not? Especially if it makes more sense. There's like they have like, I remember there's one chick that don't know what her name was, but she had long blonde hair, but she was a cheetah morph that would turn into like this big muscly cheetah woman, but like have a cheetah's head without the long blonde hair, and it's just like I'm thinking there's no reason why her hair would disappear because her body changed to like yeah. I'm probably massively overthinking this. Anyway, yeah, PlayStation 1 and 2 had a lot of good fighting games. It actually really wasn't until about the Xbox 360 / PlayStation 3 area that we started getting into the first-person shooters. I mean, there were some shooter games in first-person, well, I guess kind of third-person weird games on PlayStation 1 and 2 era. Yeah, if you were like consider yourself a hardcore gamer back then, you were into fighting games. Actually, just recently did the Capcom Fighting Collection. And probably not going to be streaming that when I get anytime soon, just because of the fact that I don't like getting mad on stream when it comes to a game and like fucking bullshit characters. Yeah, I'm still pissed off about that fucking Geese Hour thing, but anyway. Yeah, Soul Calibur is definitely in need of a little bit of attention. Okay, so I got 2 AI doing that. Okay, let's go ahead and do a bail rep. Yeah, I think the most recent Soul Calibur was Soul Calibur 5. I think. The problem with Soul Calibur is, like most modern fighting games, they end up being victims of a lot of DLC abuse. Okay, Field 5, where's Field 6? Okay, Field 6. Why is it not actually highlighted? Weird. Anyway. Yeah, Guilty Gear got a lot of somewhat egregious abuse of DLC. But I think it's probably worse with Guilty Gear because they had actual characters that were DLC. Whereas like Tekken, it was all like goofy outfits and customization items. I don't think Street Fighter's got too much DLC stuff going on. Soul Calibur, though, they really went over the top with that one. Yeah, more recent Mortal Kombat games have gotten pretty ridiculous with that too. So I'm trying to think of the last Mortal Kombat I played. I think it was the one like right before Mortal Kombat 1. A lot of DLC characters. Yeah, at this point I'm kind of the mindset of if you're going to charge people for characters, make the base game free. Yes, like they did that with Overwatch, right? Except they didn't actually bother to charge for other characters. Oh, maybe Overwatch is a bad example. It's like I really wish that we would get back to the idea of releasing fully fleshed out, feature-complete games that have had their testing, had their bugs ironed out. Do not have all these goofy season passes, you know. Especially battle passes, fuck that shit. I guess we could probably say that Call of Duty is probably okay with that because you can still play the base game with all the stuff. It's like you're not actually going to be like, you know, nerfed in a particular category because you didn't spend, you know, $40 for the battle pass that gave you all the good guns, you know. It just gives you all the goofy weird weapon skins. Having flashbacks to Overwatch. Well, yes, I did have a little bit of fun with Overwatch, but it's kind of one of those things that I never actually get around to playing it enough to actually really, you know, get major into it, you know? As I recall, Overwatch didn't exactly have the greatest community. That said, because Overwatch, we still have brand new porno that coming out every fucking week. So I know Overwatch is still going, but is it really even still relevant anymore? I mean, it seems to have gotten overshadowed by Marvel Rivals. Okay, so basically we're kind of starting to get past the Overwatch fetish. I still keep seeing crazy amounts of ads for like Valorant. Valorant's not bad, but I wish it would not act like malware. Yeah, basically, I'm not installing anything from Riot Games. Reason why? It has a bad habit of reinstalling itself after you've tried to delete it. I am very much not a fan of companies that do that. We're at bail, not run over. Yeah, so when it comes to Counter-Strike, I personally try to do bot battles as much as I can. Any kind of really, really competitive shooter is going to have like an absolutely toxic as hell community. Yeah, Call of Duty is one of the worst. Rainbow Six Siege has some very, very weird fans. Yeah, it's like you have the Call of Duty guys, you have the Battlefield guys, and then you have that one weirdo that tries to evangelize Rainbow Six Siege. It's just like, dude, what the fuck are you smoking? I know about 3 guys in Canada that would live for like that, at least a half a pound, if not more. Yeah, when it comes to League of Legends, I've tried it. And it's kind of funny because it's like this actually ran just fine on my the 2006 crap top way back when, but I don't know how anybody can play that for longer than about 5 minutes. My God, it's the most boring fucking game. And then of course, you know, Arcane comes out, and I don't like what they did with Jinx. I really don't. You know, it's like Jinx was supposed to be like your chaotic, neutral, kind of Harley Quinn standout, you know, allegory. And then Arcane comes out, and it's just like you get this fucking meth head with freaking daddy issues and shit. And it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, the whole League game cycle is just, I couldn't get into it. So I think Smite uses the same format. I hate that I'm driving around. This is the nice thing about the Lime. You can actually see where you've been. And I see that the AI missed a couple of spots. Ah. Had to bite the bullet and sacrifice a little sanity for a friend. Okay. Yeah, but right about now, that kind of reminds me of, kind of makes me wonder, you know, exactly whether or not Apex is still going as popular as it was way back when. Okay, so we just lined that one. Oh shit. Alright, fuck. I'm gonna say it's not worth the headache to go back up there and mess with that, so I'm gonna get over to field 22, because I think that one's gonna need some lime too. Let's go take a look. Okay, so it looks like field 22 does not actually have a gate. Ah, it does. Not that we actually give a damn about that since we're like halfway buried into a shrub. Okay, go and automate that. Okay, it looks like this guy's on his last round. That's kind of the thing about live service games, man. Is it's like they're good. There'll be like a big, huge flash in the pan, and like a year later, they pack up the servers and roll them out to something else. So I'm trying to think what other what else have I been seeing? I think probably the most popular things I keep seeing is World of Tanks and War Thunder. War Thunder is again one of those games that kind of acts like malware. Yeah, I don't think I've heard too much about World of Warships. I still see the occasional World of Warships ad every so often. Opportunity to stretch. Okay, so hopefully it shouldn't take too long to get that line done because we got more trout and salmon. Okay. Never fails. There's something I have completely run out of time to do. I go into a contract. I don't know if I want to do a deadwood contract, especially for 8 trees out in the ass end of nowhere. I'm not set up for logging. Okay, field 12. Where's 12? This guy. Okay, so we take a right, then another right, follow that down, take a right onto the dirt, and then just follow that around. Alright. Ah, oversteer. Ah, fuck. Yeah, World of Tanks is one of those things. It's got a little bit of a grind to it, I guess, and yeah, it's really appeals to the history nerds. I mean, I'm not going to complain too much about that because I know that Mako plays that and he's particularly fond of it. Me personally, I'm just not really that into tanks, truth be told. What the hell? Hello? It's raining. Your laundry's out here. I think, anybody here? Hello? Hello? Well, I guess that's one way to wash your clothes. Just go ahead and leave it out in the rain for a week. Okay, fucked up camper trailer and... Huh. I think it's kind of funny that for this game they specifically altered the train for this map to basically be the Hogwarts Express. Okay, going to unfold this sucker. This is gigantic. Okay, I'm looking at this thing and I've seen a tank and hoses for something. Is this like weed and seed? I'm confused. Ah, damn it. I hate that. That means I'm gonna have to do this whole line over again because there was just enough stick drift that it fucked up the line. Let's just go ahead and run right back over this, and we'll hit the cruise control. We'll just go ahead and just come back around again. It's kind of one of those things I think I should probably just go ahead and let the AI handle this, because 7 miles an hour, oh, now it's down to 6. This is going to take a while. Ah, yes, cruise control. The controller button's there. And we are running out of daylight. Great. That's one little attention to detail. So if you pay attention to the month in game, it actually does have the days get longer and shorter in winter. Longer in summer, shorter in winter. Nice little attention to detail there. Okay, ooh, okay, hit that. Lower. Oh! Uphill! Slight incline and it's like almost dead. Okie dokie. And we're gonna go ahead and let the AI handle this. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, I think the AI has officially shit the bed and died. Yeah, so far it looks like I'm going to have to actually do this one myself. Because trying to get the AI to do it for some reason... maybe it's because it's raining. And that's the only reason I can think of why it would be doing that. Okay, we gotta go ahead and redo this line because it got fucked up the first time. Okay, so I think we managed to fix this one. So what we gotta do now is just head back over and get the next one. Okay, this time don't touch the left stick. So fortunately this is wide enough that we only really need 2 lanes for the header. Like just up and down, boom. Should be good to go. Okay. This field is going to run long. Ah. Damn it. This one. Alright, and... Fuck. Alright. Oh, wait, we're good. All right. They need to make sure that you can tell the difference between your border and your drive lines, even when you're not actively selecting them. Okay, so this one's gonna work out just fine. It's slow enough that we can like make a proper turn without getting until entirely all forward. So basically, if we just keep keep the cruise control going, steer around, and hit the next lane, we should be fine. And this is probably going to be the last thing we do. Okay, right until you're almost at the end of the field. Turn around. Lock in the nav. That's kind of the thing about it. It's like this seems to be like one of those all-night rainstorms. Ooh. Real quick. Bump that down to real time. Because I had one where I had a contract I was trying to complete. It was getting a little late. And I was hoping to get, like, I was like almost to the point of turning it in. Then midnight clicked over and poof. Ended killing the contract, leaving me in debt by about like 12 grand. Or something ridiculous. And, ooh, that one actually kind of pissed me off, not gonna lie. So yeah, we end up bringing the time scale back down to real time, so that way we don't end up accidentally running overtime and end up owing $12,000 or something just absolutely just dumb. Okay, I think we've got 3 swipes left after this. Yeah, the game actually does have an autosave ability. It does save at various points at certain times. It'll also save when you open this menu after a certain time, along with manual saves. Gotta be careful, make sure you don't fuck something up. System going right now is cooking the books just fine, so last thing I want to do is end up screwing up this field. Yeah, the game does have an autosave feature. And yeah, the one that screwed me over, it autosaved like right before, or actually I think it was just like just after it ended up borking me. So yeah, I was a little pissed off about that, to put it lightly. And unfortunately, I think this is going to do the same thing that pretty much every one of these contracts does. You'll be doing the field just fine. You'll 100% the contract, but there'll be like 1/16th of the field left that you cannot touch. It is so irritating. hopefully there's one, maybe two more swipes after this. Ooh, we got fog. Okay. This is creepy. That right there, this is how you know where a lot of like weird superstitions came from. Can you imagine like back in like the Middle Ages when everything is lit by lit by candles? You have a bunch of non-scientific farmers doing things the hard way. Which, I mean, this is this map is in Scotland, right? So there's going to be like some seriously old energy here. There's that one little house, that one big huge field, and you have the misty woods. Who knows what hiding in between the trees? If you imagine just your typical peasant farmer with like candlelights and nothing else, looking out across the field, obviously not seeing the terrain, but seeing just that misty forest. And given all the old legends and religious hype in hullabaloo, is it any wonder why people got terrified to go in the woods at night? Let's not forget the fact that going to the woods at night is actually just not really a smart idea in the first place. Oh god, there's like these dumb fuckers that are trying to be urban explorers, but they end up going into like abandoned mine shafts. Ooh, don't do that. 100% do not do that. The thing about abandoned mine shafts is they are dangerous as hell. I'm not talking about just, I'm not talking about like just yeah, condemned abandoned mines. It's not just cave-ins that can kill you. You find a mine that's been abandoned for like several decades, you'll see like a pool of water, and it did it again. It did it. It did it. It just did it. Oh, I hate that so much. But of course, you pop out and step your tracks, but the whole field is done. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and advance time to the next era, stage, day, whatever thing, month. And get it saved and wrap it up because I am over my 4-hour limit. I gotta wrap up and scoot. Okay. Yeah, like the story about the whole abandoned mine thing. There's been cases of like people will see like flooded mines, and there'll be like crystal clear water, but it's like rusty and has like old machinery and shit in it. And they'll think that it doesn't look that deep, but then they end up like tripping into it or something like that. They fall in, and for starters, it's not 2 feet deep; it's like 20 feet deep. And once they stir up anything, it turns into a mud puddle, and you can't see shit. And then there's that, and then there's pockets of what's called bad air, which is air, but it's like maybe 2% oxygen. Or like a boulder the size of a Volkswagen smashes you flat. Just, yeah, stay out of mines. Cloud Editor Farming Simulator 25. Thank you, Steam. I will fix that shortly. Anyway, that's enough of a weird way to wrap that up. It's like, I think I was planning on talking for a lot longer than that. But anyway, I've got to wrap it up and get out of here. So, yeah, I will be back tomorrow with something. I'm not entirely sure what. Okay, I got bits and channel points available now. Okay, so I need to. I got some work to do. Okay, so anyway, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not too sure what I'm going to play. Whatever happens to tickle my fancy. Anyway, I'm getting out of here. So, for watching, thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. For watching the video, you're still here. Again, thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. And thanks for everybody that subscribed and showed up and just stayed around and just, that is good stream. Good stream. Now that, hope everyone has a wonderful morning, noon, night, whatever where you are. I will see you all again next time. I have got to go. Figure out what the hell happened to my face tracking. Nightbot song.